All right, we're back here at Gainesville Raceway. We had a little problems with our cameras. The weather's crappy. Haven't really missed that much at all. Just rain keeps on coming in and out, and now they're down there checking the track again. Thing that we've been fighting all day is moisture in the air, and unfortunately, it has set us back a little bit. We are in our second round of pro right now. I want to apologize for the inconvenience of the weather and what it has caused to our cameras. I have to go out there and retrieve them and work. And now I see them going down there with brooms, so that gives me indication someone probably put some oil or transmission fluid or something like that on the track down there in the shutdown area. So again, we're on hold again. So bear with us, and hopefully we'll get some racing in today.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
As you can see, there's a little bit of work going down there on the top end. We wanted to zoom in on that a little bit. Trying to figure out what got put down on the track. I'll tell you what, today has been a challenge for everybody. But hey, it's better than sitting at the house. So just bear with us, and hopefully we'll be back to racing action soon.
Gaspar Paint and Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar Paint and Body.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like Cargo-Mate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
I'm sorry, everyone. We're just going to have to run off of one camera. The wind keeps on battering our cameras down there. We can't afford to get them destroyed if hopefully this one's
So
not
they're going to help
destroyed.
the Mike French machine off the racetrack, and we're going to take a look at the racetrack as well and see what's going on. We need a parts call here. If anybody has a 26 by 4.0 by 15 tires, need some of those. A parts call, 26 by 4 by 15 tire. You can come to the base of the tower or Ken Grant's trailer if you have any 26 by 4 by 15 tires. You can come to either Ken Grant's trailer or the base of the tower. Again, 26 by 4 by 15 tires for a parts call. Once again, we are pausing here at Gainesville Raceway after the Mike French car was able to keep that off the wall. First of all, great car control by Mike French to be able to hang on to that race car. He got it to the top end of the track, and so we're going to get that car off the track. Derek Putnam won the race with a 7.023, 87.88 mile per hour pass in the left lane. And we're going to clean up whatever's on the racetrack, and we'll get back to racing action here shortly.
We're going to get back to racing action here. We continue through the second round eliminations for the Jeans class. Pro class. Tom Courtney in the right lane, James Evans in the left lane from Jacksonville. And we're going to James Evans in the left lane. James Evans goes on to round number 3, eliminating Tom Courtney with a 6.985, 91.29 mile per hour pass for James Evans. Attention in the pits, now calling the FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Once again, now calling the FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2 for second round eliminations. Andy Lindsay on the track right now in the left lane from Alachua, going up against Dennis. Dustin Daniel is going to red light, and Andy Lindsay is going on to round number 2. Andy Lindsay, a 6.725 at 100.62 miles per hour for Andy Lindsay. Dustin Daniel in the right-hand lane ended up with the red light. So Andy Lindsay going on to round number 3. You got Leah Tadaro from Gainesville going to be around the right lane, going up against Travis Britt. Travis Britt from Glen St. Mary, Florida. He's got a 6.88 dial in that left lane, going up against Leah Tadaro, 7.58. And both these cars trying to move into round number 3. Again, first call for the FB Trailers Super Pro. Again, first call for the FB Trailers Super Pro class in lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Second round eliminations coming up for the FB Trailers Super Pro class. Again, come on over to lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro. And a red light for Travis Britt. Leah Tadaro is going to find herself into round number 3. Leah Tadaro, 7.578 for Leah. 89.30 miles per hour for Leah Tadaro. Finds herself in round number 3 and eliminates Travis Britt. Robert Simpson coming up in the right lane, going up against D281X. A 6.10 dial in the left lane, going up against Robert Simpson from Jacksonville, Florida. 7.54 dial on that machine. Again, calling all FB Trailer Super Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2 for second round eliminations. All right, it goes on to round number 3. There goes Simpson. There goes the left lane. And left lane going on to round number 3 with a 6.130 pass at 101.64 miles per hour, eliminating Robert Simpson. Today, Josh Rowe from Eustis, Florida will be in the left lane, going up against John Enfield from Dade City, Florida. 6.70 dial, right-hand lane. Josh with a 6.41. Who's going to make it to round number 3 here in the Jeans Glass Pro class. And a red light for John Enfield, and Josh Monroe is going to move on to round number 3. Josh from Eustis, Florida, making things happen. And he gets a 6.452 at 105.32 miles per hour for Josh Monroe. That brings up David from Ponte Vedra, Florida in the right lane, a 6.95 dial for David. Tim Nelson in the left lane from Kingsland, Georgia, 6.45 dial in that left lane. Trying to move on to round number 3. And a red light from Tim Nelson. David Zinke moving on to round number 3. David, a 6.954 at 94.77 miles per hour for David. And he moves on to round number 3. Mike Matreeson in the right lane going up against Keith Collins. Keith Collins going to have a 5.0 dial on that machine. Mike Matreeson with a 6.40 from Brooksville, Florida. And a red light from Keith Collins. Mike Matreeson moves on to round number 3. Mike Matreeson is 6.380 at 105.51 miles per hour as Mike Matreeson moves his way into round number 3, eliminating Keith Collins. Kenny Bevins in the right lane going up against Alan Bond in the 007 machines from St. Augustine, Florida in that Dodge Charger. A 6.35 dial for Alan Bond and Kenny with a 6.13 in the right lane. Kenny out of Tallahassee. Yeah, this is our final matchup in the Jeans Glass Pro Round 2. And then we're going to be moving on to our Super Pro bike class before moving on to the Super Pro, the FB Trailer Super Pro class, which will follow them. Lanes 1 and 2 are pretty much closed there. You can come up to lanes 3 and 4 for overflow, so come on up to lanes 3 and 4. Wind going to Kenny Bevins in the right-hand lane at 99.62 miles per hour, a 6.146 for Kenny as he eliminates Alan Bond. All right, here we go. Bikes coming up. Super Pro bikes in round 2 eliminations. Vance Honeyshaw will be in the right-hand lane going up against Mike Makowski from Fleming Island.
I just want to apologize. We're not going to be able to run that second camera down there on the track.
Vance Honeyshaw in the
The wind
right-hand
is
lane.
just too
Mike
much.
Makowski. I tried to chase Vance down and start for both of them. Oh, we're going to Vance Honeyshaw. Right lane 7.638 and 90.72 miles per hour. Joel Hickman in the right lane from Ocklawaha, Florida. Going up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. from Citra. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. is a 5.76 dial on him. Joel Hickman with a 6.92 in that right lane. Winner going on to round number 3. And away goes Joel Hickman. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. in the left lane. Winner going to round 3, and it's Dwayne Schmidt Jr. who moves on to lane number 3. 5.7 even, and that's a 118.58 mile per hour pass for Dwayne Schmidt Jr., who moves on to round number 3. Brett Bennett will be in the right lane from Palaca, Florida, 6.04 dial on that machine. Pablo Gonzalez in the left lane from Orlando, Florida. Pablo with a 5.42 dial. In the win is Pablo Gonzalez, who moves to round number 3 with a 5.413 pass at 125.56 miles per hour for Pablo. Larry Berger in the right-hand lane going up against Reginald Harper. Harper in the left lane from Palm Coast, Florida at 8.22 dial for Harper, and Larry Berger from Jacksonville. Who's moving on to round 3? It's going to be Larry Berger in the right lane, 6.869 at 86.93 miles per hour for Larry. Beats out Reginald Harper and moves on to round number 3. Jeff Tisdale going to be in the right lane going up against Scott DeLong. Scott with a 5.71 dial, and he's from Citra. Jeff Tisdale from Reddick, Florida will be in the right-hand lane. Final couple of pairs here in the Super Pro bike, and then we'll move on to the FB Trailers Super Pro class, which will be coming up for second round eliminations for them. Jeff Tisdale moved on to round number 3, a 5.601 for Jeff Tisdale, 116.09 miles per hour, as Jeff Tisdale moves into round number 3. Dwayne Leachman from Wildwood, Florida will be in the right lane. Jeremy Fireball Davis in the left lane, a 5.58 dial for Jeremy, and Dwayne with a 5.54. The winner going on to round 3. Perfect launch for Dwayne Leachman. It was that close. We'll see if he can hang on to it. Yes, he will. Dwayne Leachman goes into round number 3 with a 5.568, 117.72 mile per hour pass as Dwayne Leachman goes into round number 3. That brings up Santi Rodriguez Jr. on X200, a 5.45 dial going up against John Upgrove. 5.44 dial for John from Keystone Heights, Florida. The winner going on to round 3. John, a little too early, 007. And 013 for Santi Rodriguez Jr. That's going to send Santi into round number 3. Santi Rodriguez Jr. 5.46 at 124.26 miles per hour. And that'll bring up Samuel Parrish in the right lane going up against Joe Clemmy. Joe from Davenport, Iowa, going up against Samuel Parrish from Green Cove Springs, Florida. Slight advantage to Joe Clemmy with a 5.74 dial. Samuel Parrish with that 5.52. 0.2 of an advantage here for Joe Clemmy, and he'll try to hold off a hard charging Samuel Parrish, always dangerous here at Gainesville Raceway. Samuel Parrish, here we go. Decent launches for both of them. They head on down the raceway. Who's it going to be? It's Joe Clemmy. Joe Clemmy going on to the next round. A 5.769 pass at 114.74 miles per hour for Joe Clemmy. So that does it for the Super Pro bike. We move on to the FB Trailers Super Pro class. And this is Bradley Motter in the right lane from Elwood, Florida, going up against Trent Horton. Trent Horton from Callahan. So it's Horton against Motter. 6.18 dial for Horton, and Motter has a 4.38. Great start for Trent Horton. Can he get through to round number 3? No, Bradley Motter's going to beat him out. A 4.380 at 156.84 miles per hour for Bradley Motter, who goes on to round 3, eliminating Trent Horton. A 003 reaction time, though, for Trent Horton. Just couldn't make it happen. Christopher Duffin in the right-hand lane from Wesley Chapel, Florida. 6.45 dial on that machine. Went up against Robert Treadwell in the left lane. A 4.66 dial from Callahan, Florida. dragster. Robert Treadwell's been pretty fast today. We'll see if he can chase down a hard charging Christopher Duffett, who is never an easy out here at Gainesville Raceway. Both of them ready to go. Off goes Duffett. Robert Treadwell with a really good start. Chris Duffett got to eliminate Robert Treadwell. Chris Duffett with a 6.458 at 104.2 miles per hour. And Chris Duffett moves on to round number 3, eliminating Robert Treadwell. John Rogas in the right-hand lane from St. John's, Florida, going to be going up against Mark Horton. Mark Horton with a 4.73 dial and a 6.34 dial for John in the right-hand lane. Mark Horton always a favorite to win one of these Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series races. John Rugas is going to be backing off now as Mark Horton is left at the line. And it looks like I'm going to send John off. So Mark Horton is going to grab the win. Mark Horton moving on to round number 3 as something went amiss with the John Rugas car. Mark Horton, 4.757 at 145.30 miles per hour, moves on to round number 3. Lou Golly will be in the left-hand lane going up against Dave Hicks. Dave Hicks from St. Augustine, Florida. He dials with a 4.84 in that dragster. And he'll be going up against, well, Fort White's Lou Golly. Lou Golly, a 5.62 dial. Hicks in the right lane, Golly in the left. Winner going on to round number 3. Smoke out of the Lou Golly machine. Dave Hicks headed on down. Who's going to take it? Oh, Dave Hicks getting a little loose there and hangs on to it. The win going to Lou Golly with a 5.695 at 121.07 miles per hour as Lou Golly goes on to the next round. We got a track stoppage right now. We're going to take a look at this racetrack. A lot of smoke came out of the Lou Golly machine. He was able to hold on to it and win. And then Dave Hicks, with some major car control further on down the track, was able to hold on to that dragster. That was a wild race, but Lou Golly pulling it off with a 5.695 at 121.07 miles per hour as Lou Golly moves in to round number 3. Again, we have a track stop. We're going to take a look at this racetrack before we send the next pair down. This will be Dave Hicks coming up in the right. Excuse me. This is Paul Ferreira in the right lane going up against Brian Jones. Brian Jones from Orange Park, Florida, will be in the left lane. 4.42 dial on the Brian Jones machine. Paul Ferreira with a 6.43 out of Jacksonville. We're going to round 3. Real good start from Paul Ferreira. Can he hold it? Yes, he can. Paul Ferreira moving into round number 3. A 6.450 for Paul Ferreira at 102.93 miles per hour and eliminating Brian Jones. Bruce Root will be in the right lane out of Bushnell, Florida. Bruce Root with a 7.16 dial. And Jason Graham will be in the left lane at a 5.52 dial for him out of Jacksonville. Red light in the left-hand lane. Bruce Root going on to round number 3. And it's been a good pass for Jason Graham there. But 7.163 and moves on to round number 3 in the right lane. Kurt Carlson in the right lane going up against Lou Hawthorne. Lou Hawthorne with a 4.35 dial and Kurt Carlson with a 5.12. It's Lou Hawthorne against Kurt Carlson. The win going to Lou Hawthorne. Lou Hawthorne wins with a 4.370, 155.51 mile per hour pass. Kurt Carlson ran a 5.124 at 127.43 miles per hour. Lou Hawthorne going on to round 3. That brings up Chuck Allen in the left lane out of Jacksonville, Florida. He'll be going up against Troy Volker on the bike. Troy Volker out of Ocala at a 5.78 dial for Troy Volker. And Chuck Allen with a 5.20 out of Jacksonville. And we're going to Troy Volker in the right lane. Troy Volker will going on to round number 3 with a 5.780 pass at 117.57 miles per hour. Chuck Allen with a 5.289, 130 mile per hour pass. Just wasn't good enough as Troy Volker is moving on to the next round. David Harris going to be in the right lane coming up with a 4.83 dial. He'll be going up against Derek Brewster in the left lane. Derek with a 4.89 dial. Blackshear, Georgia is where Derek's from. And continue to go through second round of the FB Trailer Super Pro class. It'll be a win for Derek Brewster in the left-hand lane at 4.893 at 135.46 miles per hour in eliminating David Harris. That brings up Scott Motter in the right-hand lane and John Dwayne in the left lane. John Dwayne with a 5.95 dial from Jacksonville, Florida. Scott Motter from Callahan, Florida, 4.51 dial in the dragster. Should be a pretty tight race between both of these, and the win going to Scott Motter with a 4.51, 752.28 mile per hour pass for Scott Motter, who makes it into round number 3. Rich Kamor from Alfred, Florida, a 6.42 dial. He'll be in the left lane. Tony Campbell will be in the right lane from Fleming Island, Florida. It's a 6.34 dial on that machine. Perfect, nearly perfect reaction time in the right lane. It's going to get Tommy Campbell to round number 3 at 001 at 6.347 at 106.63 miles per hour. Tommy Campbell moving on to round number 3. That brings up Mike Fiddler in the right-hand lane. Mike Fiddler from Summerfield, Florida. And he'll be going up against Jim Barbara from Trenton. Nearly identical dials. Mike with a 6.48. Jim with a 6.46. Mike got off the line pretty good. And Mike's going to go on to round number 3. Mike with a 6.510 at 98.71 miles per hour, eliminating Jim Barbara. Brennan George in the left-hand lane going up against Michael Peak. Michael Peak from Quitman, Georgia, a 5.62 dial in the right-hand lane going up against Brennan George, a 6.07. And Michael Peak having to steer that car just slightly. It's going to cost him. Brandon George going to move into the next round, a 6.264 at 91.06 miles per hour. Michael Peak running a 6.461. And Brandon George moving to round 3. Chuck Trotter will be in the left lane of the dragster. He's got a 4.6 dial. Going up against car number 2981 with a 5.54 in the right lane. And the winner going to be the right lane, going on to the third round, eliminating Chuck Trotter. Chuck Trotter, 4.584 at 150.61 miles per hour. Right lane ran 119.98 miles per hour at 5.546. Sherby Powell in the right lane from Green Cove Springs, Florida, going up against Bart Treadwell. In the left lane, Bart from Callahan, Florida, 6.09 dial, and to Sherby Powell, 6.65. Decent starts for both of them. Who's it going to be? It's going to be the left lane, Barton Treadwell. We'll move on to the next round. A 6.107 pass at 110.87 miles per hour for Barton. Paul Allen will be in the right lane. Paul Allen from Middleburg, Florida. 6.62 dial. Glenn Newmans from Alachua, 5.55. And the winner going to be Paul Allen. Paul Allen moving on to round number 3. A 6.634 at 100 miles, 0.66 miles per hour. So 100.66 for Paul Allen, who moves into round number 3 and eliminates Glenn Newmans. Tierra Carter will be in the left lane, the dragster. A 5.19 dial for Tierra. And Brian Radley will be in the right lane in the Chevy Camaro. Brian Radley from Bellevue, Florida, going up against Tierra Carter. Great start from Brian Radley. Can he hold it? No, he can't. Tierra Carter gets a 5.197 for Tierra Carter at 124.02 miles per hour. Tierra Carter moving on to round number 3, eliminating Brian Radley. Tony Gambardella in the right-hand lane, going up against Nate Hamilton. Nate Hamilton from Fitzgerald, Georgia, and Tony from Florida. See who makes it into the next round. Red light from Nate Hamilton and Tony Gambardella will find his way into round number 3. Tony Gambardella moving to round 3 with a 6.342 at 84.48 miles per hour. This is Will Highhouse in the left lane going up against Dave Demarest. Dave Demarest, a 4.65 dial from Fort McCoy, Florida, will be in the right-hand lane going up against Will Highhouse. Highhouse from Middleburg, Florida, 5.81 dial in that left lane. And the wing going to Will Highhouse. Will Highhouse in the left-hand lane with a 5.810 at 115.80 miles per hour. Will Highhouse moving on to round number 3, eliminating Dave Demarest. Upset right there. Gene Spaziani in the right-hand lane out of Lake City, Florida, and the Roadster going up against Grayson Wright in the left lane. Grayson Wright out of Middleburg, Florida, 4.97 dial for Grayson Wright. Gene Spaziani, 5.36 for that machine. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Allen's Speed and Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Allen's Speed and Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2 for second round eliminations. Also calling the Pro Bikes to lane 7. Pro Bikes to lane 7. Moving on to round 3 is going to be Racing Right. Racing Right in the left lane. 5.004 at 136.22 miles per hour. Bobby Trinnell in the right lane out of Fort White, Florida. Will be going up against Victor Adams in the left lane out of Gainesville, Florida. Again, calling all Allen Speed Machine. Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, Allen Speed and Machine. Junior Street to lane 1 and 2. We need all Pro Bikes to lane 7. All Pro Bikes to lane 7. Victor Adams was against Bobby Trinnell. Bobby Trinnell with a 5.324. Moving on to round number 3 is Bobby Trinnell. Derek Vasquez in the right lane going up against Buddy Goolsby. Buddy Goolsby in the left lane out of High Springs, Florida. Derek right here in Gainesville, Florida. Derek Vasquez moving around number 3 with a 5.269, 119.45 mile per hour pass as Derek Vasquez eliminates Buddy Goolsby. Next up, it'll be James Hicks Jr. in the right lane from Elkton, Florida, and the dragster going up against Gary Vasquez in the left lane. Gary from Alachua, 4.79 for Gary and a 4.65 for James Hicks. Let's see who moves on to round number 3. Is it James Hicks Jr. in the right lane or Gary Vasquez? We can go to Gary Vasquez in the left lane, 141.73 miles per hour at 4.823. And Gary moved on to round number 3. Michael Bonacci in the left-hand lane, going up against November 267 in the right lane. And all Pro Bike, all Pro Bikes to lane 7, and all Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Going to the right lane, a 6.018 at 111.69 miles per hour. Kelly Hicks will be in the right lane from Elkton, Florida, 4.53 dial for Kelly Hicks. He's going up against Steve Schumacher. And Shoemaker going to be in the left lane from Jacksonville. 4.71 dial for Steve. And so Steve, when he gets Kelly's 4.53 dial, just a slight advantage to Steve, and we'll see what Kelly can do. Should be a good matchup between these two. Been pretty entertaining. awfully quick at the start of 2026. Who gets to round 3? Kelly taking his time getting into the box, and now we are set and ready to go. Oh, 008 reaction times from both of them. Who's going to get it at the line? It's Steve Shoemaker, who moves on to round number 3. Steve with a 4.724 at 145.39 miles per hour, eliminating Kelly Hicks. Randy Banger in the right-hand lane going up against Savannah Highhouse. Savannah Highhouse from Middleburg, Florida. 4.76 dial in the left-hand lane against Randy. Randy's going to dial in at 4.94. And the right lane going to Randy Banger into the next round of 4.917 at 139.50 miles per hour, and eliminating Savannah Highhouse. So that brings up our next matchup in the truck. It's a W262X with a 6.33 dial, and looks like something happened to the Robbie Little machine. They're going to move Robbie off the line here. And that'll end the day for Robbie Little. As Robbie from Yulee, Florida, would have been dialed at 5.08, but they have moved that machine off of the line. And the right lane going to get into round number 3. And that's a 6.312 pass at 107.96 miles per hour to get that machine into round number 3. Nick Brown comes up in the left-hand lane out of Orange Park, Florida. 6.02 dial for Nick Brown. Going up against John Hamill from Orange Park, Florida. In the right-hand lane, 4.97 dial for John Hamill. John Hamill in the right-hand lane, Nick Brown in the left. Who goes on to round 3? Red light from John Hamill, and Nick Brown will end up in the next round. And John Hamill going to shut that one down. Nick Brown gets into round 3 with a 6.011 at 112.10 miles per hour. Keith Collins will be in the left lane in the Chevy pickup, going up against Bradley Motter. Bradley Motter in the dragster. Bradley Motter coming up against Keith Collins. Bradley Motter in the right-hand lane, a 4.38 dial for Bradley Motter. Keith Collins in that Chevy pickup truck with a 5.58 dial. Win going to Bradley Motter on the right-hand lane of 4.385, 156.64 miles per hour for Bradley Motter, who eliminates Keith Collins. Scott Motter coming up in the right-hand lane. From Callahan, Florida, 4.51 dial for Scott Motter. Jerry McGill in the left lane, 5.39 dial for Jerry. And again, the winner of this going around at number 3. Jerry ready in the left-hand lane and go up against Scott Motter here. Oh, a red light for Jerry McGill and Scott Motter going through to the next round. A 003 for Scott Motter at 4.520, 151.54 miles per hour for Scott Motter. Robert Carlson is going to be in the right lanes from St. Augustine, Florida. It's a 5.10 dial for Robert Carlson. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. will be in the left lane on the bike. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. from Citra, Florida is dialed at 5.77. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Now calling the Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Again, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. The Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6 for second round eliminations. Robert Carlson moves on. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. red lane. Glenn Newmans will be in the right-hand lane going up against Brian Jones. Brian Jones in the left lane of 4.42 from Orange Park, Florida. Glenn Newmans in the right lane from Alachua, Florida. Again, calling all of the Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class cars to second round eliminations in lanes 5 and 6. Glenn Newmans and Brian Jones. Brian Jones going to win with a 4.428 at 154.69 miles per hour, eliminating Glenn Newmans. Again, calling the Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6 for second round eliminations. Cadillac's Lakeland Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6 for second round eliminations. Jason Graham in the right-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida, going up against Pablo Gonzalez. Winner going on round 3 of the FB Trailers Super Pro class. Coming up, we'll have our Speed Machine Junior Street coming up. And the winner And we're going to have to rerun those two, as Pablo Gonzalez and Jason Graham went up against one of each other, and we'll have to rerun them. But coming up, it's the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Class. And the winner going to the right lane, a 10.281 at 66.68 miles per hour. Aaron Kennedy in the right-hand lane going against Hayden DeLeon. 10.21 for Hayden and a 10.73 dial for Aaron Kennedy. And the win from Aaron Kennedy. Kennedy eliminates Hayden. And Aaron Kennedy moving on to the next round at 10.742 pass at 66.45 miles per hour. This is Chelsea Dwayne in the left lane from Jacksonville, Florida. This is our last Allen Speed Machine Junior Street Car to take to the track. 8.934 for Chelsea Dwayne at 68.46 miles per hour. That'll bring up the Pro Bike class for their next round of eliminations. We're left-hand lane going up against Tom Moats. Moats from Ocala, Florida, and they're off and running. And the wing going to Pauly in the left-hand lane, 11.303 at 98.08 miles per hour as Pauly moves into the next round. Samuel Parrish in the right lane going against Dwayne Leachman in the left lane. And the wing going to Dwayne Leachman in the left lane, 8.482 for Dwayne Leachman at 146.94 miles per hour. Mike Lukowski in the left lane going up against Chuck Wooten. Left lane is it's Chuck Wooten in the right lane. Chuck Wooten with a 9.994 at 128.96 miles per hour. As Mike broke out. And Chuck Wooten going on to the next round. Vanzati Shell in the right-hand lane from Vero Beach, Florida. Richard Holder in the left lane from Jacksonville. There goes Vance. There goes Richard. Goes through to the next round. It's going to be Richard Holder in the left lane from Jacksonville, Florida. Richard going through with a 8.716 pass at 129.28 miles per hour as Richard Holder heads to the next round. Reginald Harper in the right lane from Palm Coast, Florida, going up against Brett Bennett in the left lane. And the wing going to Brett Bennett in the left lane from Palaca, Florida, of 9.443 at 128.44 miles per hour as Brett Bennett moves into the next round and eliminates Reginald Harper. Larry Berger in the left lane going up against Joe Clemming. Joe Clemming from Davenport, Iowa, 9.30 dials for that machine, and Larry with a 10.59. Here we go. And something went amiss with the Joe Clemming machine. And that's that's a red light for Larry Berger, so Joe Clemming is going to be handed the win here. And Joe's going to back it off the line. So Joe didn't end up going down the track. And Joe Clemming's going to go to the left. Joe Clemming's going to the next round. All right, so Larry Berger eliminated with the red light. So Joe Clemming going on to the next round from Davenport, Iowa. This is Scott DeLong in the right-hand lane going up against John Upgrove. And a red light from Scott DeLong, and John Upgrove is going to make it into the next round. The win with a 9.073 at 114.7 miles per hour. The right lane for Scott DeLong, a 10.412, and John Upgrove in the left lane moving on to the next round. Now calling the FB Trailers Allen Speed Machine Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Again, the FB Trailers Allen Speed Machine Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes for second round eliminations. And calling all FB Trailers Allen Speed and Machine Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes for second round eliminations. This is going to be Joel Hickman in the right-hand lane from Ocklawaha, Florida. And the win going to Joel Hickman in the right-hand lane. No, the win going to the left of the lane, excuse me. So the win to the left lane, 11.808 at 116.7 miles per hour in the left lane going on to the next round, eliminating Joel Hickman. Jeff Lasopro in the left-hand lane out of Ocala, Florida, and both of them red light. And the win will go to Eric Benitez. Eric Benitez from Orlando, Florida, will get the pass into the next round. Puts in a 12.766 at 105.55 miles per hour as Eric makes it into the next round. Sean Warren in the left lane from Gainesville, Florida, going up against Daniel Salyers from Reddick. And calling all of the FB Trailers Allen Speed Machine Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes for second round eliminations. The win going to Daniel Salyers, who moves on to the next round. 11.787 pass for Daniel Salyers at 103.36 miles per hour. Super Pro rerun to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro rerun to lane 3 and 4. Again, that Super Pro rerun, we need you guys to go over to lanes number 3 and 4. Thank you. The win going to the left lane at a 13.215 at 105.18 miles per hour. Mitchell Gunter in the right lane of the Dodge Charger going up against Jay Dixon from St. George, Georgia. And a red light from Mitchell Gunter and Jake Dixon in the Lexus is going to go into the next round. So that'll be a 16.283 win for Jake Dixon at 85.86 miles per hour. Super Pro rerun to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro rerun to lanes 3 and 4. Again, if you are rerunning the Super Pro, we need you in lanes 3 and 4. Jason Graham and Pablo in lanes 3 and 4. Graham and Pablo to lanes 3 and 4 for your rerun. Chris Courtney will be in the right-hand lane. Scott DeLeon in the left lane. Chris Courtney from Gainesville, Florida. And the win goes to Scott DeLeon. In the left lane, 11.236 at 92.78 miles per hour. Chris Courtney ran an 11.023 at 120.98. And Pablo and Graham to lanes 3 and 4 for your rerun in Super Pro. We should have all of our FB trailers, Allen Speed and Machine Junior Dragsters in your proper lane assignments. You are on deck. The winner going to Chris Courtney in the right-hand lane. Give it to Jacob. Monica Roberts in the left lane going up against Jacob Richards. Jacob Richards in the right lane. Monica Roberts in the left lane. See who takes it at the top end. It's going to be Monica Roberts. Monica Roberts from Ocala, Florida, with a 12.477 at 106.55 miles per hour. And eliminates Jacob Richards. Jen Roberts is going to get the victory at a 12-second even at 108.75 miles per hour, eliminating Tom Courtney in the right lane. Derek Putnam in the left lane going up against Jason Rollins from High Springs, Florida. An 0.30 for Derek Putnam. 0.52 for Jason Rollins. They're thundering down the track. Who's going to get it? And the win going to Derek Putnam. Derek Putnam into the next round with an 11.24 at 113.52 miles per hour. Jason Rollins ran an 11.44 at 117.37. Derek Putnam headed to round number 3. Ashley Motter in the right-hand lane. Ashley Motter is going to get the win. Kevin Roberts jumped the gun a little early. Ashley Motter got it on down and will move into the next round. Ashley with a 14.129 at 94.43 miles per hour, eliminating Kevin Roberts. Dawson Bass will be in the right-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida, going up against Marcus Cruz. Will be in the left lane. Marcus dialed with an 11.21 and Dawson Bass with a 12.12. Dawson Bass will move to the next round. 12.150 for Dawson Bass. 79.62 miles per hour for Dawson Bass. Moves him into round number 3. If you're part of the junior dragsters, the FB Trailers Allen Speed Machine Junior Dragsters, you're going to be up next after our Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class. Should be in your stage length, ready to go. Robert Simpson against Frank Medeiros. Winner's going to be Robert Simpson in the right lane. Robert Simpson moving around number 3 with a 12.015 at 107.10 miles per hour for Robert Simpson. And that's Eric Benitez is going to move on to the next round. 12.750 run at 105.52 miles per hour for Eric, who moves on to round number 3. We got a Super Pro rerun coming up here. And then we'll get right into the FB Trailers Allen Speed Machine Junior Dragsters coming up. We'll start with the 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8. Jason Graham in the right-hand lane going up against Pablo Gonzalez. This is a rerun for our FB Trailer Super Pro class. And the winner is going to go to round number 3. A 001 reaction time from Jason Graham in the right-hand lane. Can he hold off Pablo Gonzalez? No, Pablo's going to beat him up. Pablo with a 5.677 at 108.52 miles per hour as Pablo Gonzalez moves in to round number 3. And that takes care of the FB Trailer Super Pro rerun as well as our Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class. Coming up next, it's the FB Trailers Allen Speed and Machine Junior Dragsters. Get right into our 6 to 9 year olds, and it'll be lane 8 coming up first. Brindley Holloway in the right-hand lane from Inverness, Florida, and a red light in the left lane. Brindley Holloway will be headed into the next round. So Brindley runs a 12.425 at 51.7 miles per hour as Brindley goes to the next round. And a red light on the right side. And you got Madison Wooten that's going to be going on to the next round. A 12.092 run at 52.53 miles per hour for Madison. Hudson Matz against Hamilton. And it's Caleb Hamilton who moves into the next round. A 12.397 pass at 49.19 miles per hour as Hamilton moves into the next round. Wyatt Hicks in the right lane going up against Jason Motter. And the win goes to Jason Motter with an 8.992 pass at 71.23 miles per hour for Jason Motter. We going to Peyton Duffin in the left lane, 9.125 for Peyton Duffin at 68.4 miles per hour. Sean Daniel in the right lane going up against Stone Cold Caden Star. Caden Star moving on to the next round. A 9.014 run for 71.27 miles per hour for Stone Cold Caden Star, who moves into the next round, eliminating Sean Daniel. Red light for Jackson Collins. That eliminates Jackson Collins. Blake Jones moving on to the next round. Blake Jones a 9.068 pass at 74.48 miles per hour. As Blake Jones goes to the next round. We go into the right lane, a 9.280 pass at 72.14 miles per hour, eliminating Johnny Moxley. We're going to Cook in the left lane at 8.027 for Cook, 79.94 miles per hour for Cook. Jay Santiago was in the right lane at 7.952 for Jay Santiago at 77.32 miles per hour. As India Cook moves on to the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Jeans Glass Pro Class for third round eliminations. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Jeans Glass Pro Class to the stage lanes for third round eliminations. Again, attention in the pits. Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for third round eliminations. Red light from Weston Daniel and Elizabeth Boya moving into the next round. Elizabeth with an 8.090 at 77.94 miles per hour. Moving into the next round. Was again first call out to the Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for third round eliminations. Sierra Height in the right lane from Keystone, Florida, going up against Caden Holdaway. And Caden is going to move into the next round. Caden representing Inverness, Florida with a 7.993 at 80.10 miles per hour. Moves into the next round. Cook in the right lane, Hollywood Bobby Star in the left lane, who gets through to the next round. It's Hollywood Bobby Star, with an 8.038 at 76.94 miles per hour as Hollywood Bobby Star moves on to the next round. That was Molly Banger with an 8.028 at 80.60 miles per hour out of Palmetto, Florida. We're going to do a quick rerun here in one of our 6 to 9 year old classes for the FB Trailers Allen Trailers Allen the Speed and Machine Junior Dragsters. I'll get this one final 6 to 9 year old class down and then move on to our Jeans Glass Pro class, which will be coming up in just a few moments. And a win going to Peyton Turner in the right-hand lane. As Madison with the red light. Peyton Turner in the right lane at 12.524 at 46.71 miles per hour. And before we get into round 3, we're going to do a quick sweep of the track. And we'll have round 3 coming up for the Teens Glass Pro Class. Again, just doing some prep work on the track. Once we get this prep work underway, we'll move on to our third round eliminations in the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Super Pro bikes for a round 3 elimination. Super Pro bikes to lane 7 for the third round eliminations. Once again, Super Pro bike to lane 7 for third round eliminations. We can go into the right-hand lane, 6.505 at 93.13 miles per hour. A.J. Burr was in the left lane. Travis Marchand coming up in the right-hand lane, going up against the Ford GT Mustang. And that Ford GT Mustang is going to red light. So Travis Marchand will move on to the next round with a 5.785 pass. For Travis Marchand, ran 117.13 miles per hour for Travis Marchand. Again, putting the call out there for the Super Pro bikes. Super Pro bikes come to lane 7 for your third round eliminations. Super Pro bike to lane 7 for third round eliminations. Reed Ferrara is going to red light a 001 for Reed Ferrara. And Tony Gambardella is going to go to the next round. Tony putting in a 6.377 pass at 83.67 miles per hour as Tony Gambardella goes to the next round. Let's get second call for the Super Pro bikes to lane 7. Second call for a Super Pro bike to lane 7 for third round eliminations. You are on deck. Josh Gavo in the left-hand lane going up against November 267, and the right lane wins with a 6.174 and 103.44 miles per hour. Moving on to round number 4. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. First call for the FB Trailers Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2 for third round eliminations. First call for the FB Trailers Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2 for third round eliminations. Also calling the Super Pro Bike class. Third call for Super Pro Bikes to lane 7. You are coming up next. Again, attention in the pits. First call for FB Trailers Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2 for third round eliminations. Dawson Bass in the right-hand lane out of Jacksonville, Florida, going up against D-Light in the left-hand lane out of St. John's, Florida. See who moves on to round number 4, and D is going to red light. Dawson Bass is going to go on to the 4th round with a 7.058 for Dawson Bass at 97 miles per hour. This is Mike Gaffney in the left lane going up against Jeremy Davis, and Mike Gaffney red lights. Jeremy Davis going around number 4. Davis with a great start, and he's going to put in a pass of 5.702 at 126.70 miles per hour as Jeremy Davis goes to round number 4 in the Jeans Glass Pro class. Leah Tadaro coming up in the right-hand lane. Leah Tadaro out of Gainesville, Florida. We go to the left lane of 6.423 at 106.9 miles per hour in the left lane. Again, if you are a Super Pro bike, you should be in lane number 7. All Super Pro bikes, you are up next in lane 7 for your next round of eliminations. And also, second call for the FB Trailers Super Pro class in lanes 1 and 2. Again, second call for FB Trailers Super Pro in lanes 1 and 2 for third round eliminations. Mike Patrici going up against Bart Pangolinen, and Bart Pangolinen in the left lane is going to take the victory. 6.572 for Bart Pangolinen, 98.71 miles per hour for Bart. As he moves into the next round, James Evans come up in the left lane. Jacksonville, Florida going up against Mark Horton, right-hand lane. And a red light for James Evans. And Mark Horton will be going into the next round. Mark Horton going to put it at 6.146 at 110.86 miles per hour as Mark Horton eliminates James Evans and moves into round number 4. David Zink from Ponte Vedra, Florida, in the right-hand lane going up against Marcus Cruz. Marcus Cruz with a 7.06 dial. Winner going to round 4. Oh, something happened to David's car on the start, and he also red lit. And he's going to take that car off the track. Not sure what happened to David's machine. Marcus Cruz put it at 7.030 at 95.64 miles per hour as Marcus Cruz goes on to the next round. And we'll check to see what happened to David's machine as he has pulled it to the side. So we're going to hold up real quickly as we get the David Zink machine situated. And once we have that underway, we'll get back to third round eliminations in the James Glass Pro Class. All right, so they've got David's machine pushed off the racetrack, and we are ready to get back to racing action here in the G Class Pro Class. Andy Lindsay in the right-hand lane from Alachua, Florida, going up against the left lane, the Chevy Corvette. And off they go. Who gets to round number 4? And it's Andy Lindsay, making it to round 4 with a 6.734 at 100.32 miles per hour for Andy Lindsay. They get to the final cars of the last Pro Class. And then we'll get to our Super Pro bike, and then the FB Trailers Super Pro class coming up in lanes 1 and 2. Curtis Peak moving on to round 4 from Quitman, Georgia. 6.510 at 97.12 miles per hour for Curtis Peak, and eliminates Derek Putnam. Kenny Bevins in the left-hand lane going up against Kenny Rowe. Kenny rocketing that car down the racetrack. Kenny moved on to round 4 from Mount Dora, Florida. Kenny with a 6.671 at 98.56 miles per hour. Got to make sure that we have our headlights and tail lights on. Again, if you are car down there with headlights and tail lights equipped, please make sure that you have your headlights on as you head down the racetrack. Again, please have your headlights and your tail lights turned on as you head down the racetrack. So here's Joe Clemmy in the left-hand lane from Davenport, Iowa. He's going up against Dwayne Leachman. Who gets to round number 4 for the bikes? Dwayne going to Joe Clemmy. Joe Clemmy at 5.733 at 109.71 miles per hour, and eliminating Dwayne Leachman. Joe Clemmy moving on to round number 4. It's Pablo Gonzalez against Santi Rodriguez Jr. And a win going to Santi Rodriguez Jr. as Pablo Gonzalez red lit, and Santi Rodriguez Jr. winning with a 5.422 at 124.57 miles per hour. And lane going on to the next round. Vance Shell in the right-hand lane out of Vero Beach, Florida, going up against Larry Berger in the left lane. Larry with a 6.73 dial and Vance with a 7.64. And Larry went a little early there, and Vance gets the victory into the next round. Vance with a 7.605 at 91.69 miles per hour. Wade Schmidt Jr. in the left-hand lane going up against Jeff Tisdale. We go to Jeff Tisdale in the right-hand lane, 5.585 at 115.3 miles per hour as Jeff Tisdale moves on to the next round. Scott Motter in the right-hand lane going up against Mark Treadwell in the left lane. And way to go. Way to be Mark Treadwell. 6.109 for Bart Treadwell at 111.4 miles per hour as Bart Treadwell moves to round number 4 and eliminates Scott Motter. Bradley Motter wins the race to 4.387 at 147.75 miles per hour as Bradley Motter moves into round number 4, eliminating Lou Hawthorne from tonight's competition. Win going to be to Troy Volker in the right-hand lane from Ocala, Florida, 5.778 for Troy at 117.26 miles per hour. Derek Brewster moving on to the next round from Blackshear, Georgia, with a 4.876, 136.12 mile per hour pass for Derek. Moves into the next round. Now we go to Nick Brown to the left lane. Nick Brown going on to the next round, 108 miles per hour at 5.994. It's Christopher Duffin in the right lane going up against Tierra Carter. And red light for Tierra. And that eliminates Tierra Carter tonight. Chris Duffin headed to round number 4. 6.438 at 105.33 miles per hour. Derek Vasquez versus Gary Vasquez. And Derek going to get the win. Derek moving on to round number 4, 5.228 pass and 127.50 mile per hour pass for Derek Vasquez from Gainesville, Florida, moving on. And if you are a FB Super Pro, FB Trailer Super Pro car, you should be in lanes 1 and 2 only. Again, Super Pro in lanes 1 and 2 only. Robert Carlson with a 0-0. Reaction time 5.107 for Robert Carlson. Moving on to the next round. 134.75 mile per hour pass for Robert Carlson, and he moves on to round number 4, eliminating Steve Schumacher. Lou Golly comes up in the left-hand lane. We go to Paul Allen in the right-hand lane from Middleburg, Florida. Paul Allen, a 6.737 at 88.86 miles per hour for Paul Allen. And we have a quick track hold. And we're going to take a look and see if we have any type of debris on the racetrack. Take a quick look at that and get back to racing action here in just a few moments.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most foolproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Gaspar Paint Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar Paint and Body.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling to the stage lanes. The Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2, and Pro Bike to lane 7 for next round eliminations. Once again, calling the Junior Street, Speed and Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2, and Pro Bike to lane 7 for next round eliminations. So first call for the Speed Machine, Junior Street to lane 1 and 2, and Pro Bike to lane 7. Will Highhouse will be in the left lane, going up against car number F288 in the right lane. Right lane gets the win, 6.440 at 106.6 miles per hour. Mark Horton in the left lane going up against Tony Gambardella. Mark Horton dialed with a 4.74, Tony with a 6.06. And the win going to Mark Horton in the left-hand lane, 4.757 for Mark Horton, 140.28 miles per hour, as Mark Horton moves on to round 4. No 18 in the right lane, Green Bay. And right lane's going to win. 6.010 at 112.5 miles per hour. Moves the right lane into the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class for third round eliminations to lanes 5 and 6. And final call for the Junior Street. If you are part of Junior Street, you need to be in lanes 1 and 2. Again, calling Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Tommy Campbell, 6.322 for Tommy, 108.73 miles per hour, and Tommy going around 4. Again, now calling the Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6 for your next round of eliminations. Also calling the Junior Street and Pro Bike class. Coming up, it's Junior Street and Pro Bike. And calling the Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6 for third round eliminations. The rerun, they got Robert Carlson and Dave Hicks going up against each other, trying to get to round number 4. Oh, Robert Carlson got a red light early. Dave Hicks going into the next round. Dave Hicks from St. Augustine, Florida, and put in a run of 5.426 at 95.50 miles per hour as Dave Hicks goes into the next round. That brings up the Aaron Kennedy in the left lane, Chelsea Duane in the right lane, and the winner is Aaron Kennedy. Aaron Kennedy wins with a 7.749 and 65.92 miles per hour. Once again, calling all the Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman cars to lanes 5 and 6 for third round eliminations. Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman class, Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Win going to Lincoln McMaster in the right-hand lane, who moves on to our next round. That's going to bring up the Pro Bike class. Again, looking for our Sportsman class in lanes 5 and 6 for third round eliminations. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the FB Trailers Allen Speed and Machine Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Again, the FB Trailers, Allen Speed and Machine Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes for third round eliminations. Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes for third round eliminations. We call the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes for next round eliminations. And moving on to the next round will be Richard Holder in the right-hand lane, an 8.861 pass for Richard Holder. And an 8.861 and 120.22 miles per hour for Richard Holder. Red light for Dwayne Leachman. Joe Clemmy will move to the next round. Joe Clemmy is going to put in a time of 9.869 at 104.86 miles per hour as Joe Clemmy moves into the next round and eliminates Dwayne Leachman. Following the pro bikes, we'll have the Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class. If you are part of that class, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. And then we'll move on to our FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. We want to make sure that the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters are headed over to the stage lane. FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes for round 3 elimination. Chuck Wooten is going to move on to the next round, 10.37 pass at 121.44 miles per hour for Chuck as he moves into round number 5 for Pro Bike. And the left lane wins John Upgrove with a 9.263 at 112.41 miles per hour. As John moves on to the 5th round, eliminating Paulie from the competition. We move on to the Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class as they begin round 3 eliminations. Daniel Salyers in the right lane, going up against car number 1067 left. And the left lane going on to round number 4. Again, if last call for the Sportsman class, if you want to be part of this next round of Lakeland, Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman, you need to be in lane 5 and 6. Last call for the Sportsman class. Wind coming. And the wind going to Robert Simpson in the right-hand lane out of Jacksonville, Florida at 11.950 at 110.98 miles per hour. Jay Dixon ran a 15.916 at 87.55 miles per hour. And we go into Scott DeLeon in the left lane, 11.632 at 95.88 miles per hour. Eliminates Ashley Motter from the competition tonight. Scott moving on to the next round. And the winner going to be Jen Roberts in the left-hand lane out of Callahan, Florida. A 12.057 and 107.3 miles per hour. Moves on to the next round. Eric Benitez in the right-hand lane going up against Derek Putnam. And the win going to Eric Benitez in the right-hand lane, a 12.741 at 103.64 miles per hour. Eliminates Derek Putnam. And so Eric Benitez on to the next round, and that will do it for that round of the Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class. So we'll move on to the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters, which will be coming up next. We'll start with the 6 to 9 year olds, move our way to the 10 to 12 in lane 2. In lane 1, we'll have the 13 to 17 year olds. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Jeans Glass Pro Cars to lanes 3 and 4 for next round eliminations. Attention in the pits, and now calling the Jeans Glass Pro Cars to lanes 3 and 4 for next round eliminations. Hamilton is going to put in a 12.434 at 49.41 miles per hour. And moves on to the final in the 6 to 9-year-old class. Ridley Holloway in the right lane going up against Peyton Turner. Winner going on to the final of the 6 to 9-year-old class in the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. Peyton Turner off to a good start. And we'll see if Peyton Turner is going to be able to make this happen or not. No, Ridley Holloway is going to win with a 12.284 pass at 51.09 miles per hour. Ridley going to the final. Second call to the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Come to lanes 3 and 4 for your next elimination. Blake Jones, and Blake Jones is going to put in a 9.081 at 74.05. Red light in the left-hand lane. The win goes to Xander Cook. In the right lane, 8.005 at 80.46 miles per hour for Cook, who goes on to the next round. Banger in the left-hand lane out of Palmetto, Florida, going up against Elizabeth Boyd in the right lane. Cortez, Florida. Red light for Elizabeth. That's going to eliminate Elizabeth Boyd. And Molly going through to the next round. Molly going to be a 7.998, sub 8 seconds for Molly Banger. 80.78 miles per hour for Molly. You'll want to make sure that the Jeans Glass Pro cars are in lanes 3 and 4 for your next round of eliminations. Hollywood Bobby Starr putting in a 7.822 at 82.63 miles per hour. Apologies. Real quickly here, do some track maintenance before our round 5 eliminations are coming your way. And we'll start first with the Jeans Glass Pro Class. That'll be coming your way shortly. You should be in running 3 and 4 if you're part of that Jeans Glass Pro Class. And we'll have round 5 eliminations coming up next. Now calling Super Pro Bike to the stage lanes. Super Pro Bike to lane 7. Once again, attention to the pit. Super Pro Bike to lane number 7. Also calling FB Trailers Super Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2. Calling Super Pro, FB Trailers Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2 for next round eliminations. We're just about getting things ready to go here on the track, and we'll have the Jeans Glass Pro Class cars coming up in lanes 3 and 4. Again, Super Pro Bike to lane 7, and FB Trailers Super Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2. All right, we are ready for round number 5, eliminations for the Jeans class, Pro class. That's coming up. And then we'll also have Pro Light in lane 7 and Super Pro, the FB trailer Super Pro cars in lanes 1 and 2. Thank you, everyone. In the right-hand lane, going up against Mark Horton. Mark Horton will be in the... Mark Horton was in the left lane. This is Daniel Salyers in the right lane. From Reddick, Florida, 7.32 dial for Daniel Salyers. Going up against car R315 in the left lane. And the wing going to the left lane, 6.432 and 100.88 miles per hour. Wing going to Bart Pangolinin in the left lane. 6.538 for Bart Pangolinin at 99.95 miles per hour. Red light from Travis Marchand, and that is going to eliminate Travis Marchand. And the left lane going to be going into the next round. A 6.098 pass at 103 miles per hour. And the left lane as they go on to the next round. And away going to Curtis Peak in the left lane from Quitman, Georgia. Curtis Peak does 6.433 at 103.95 miles per hour. Dawson Bass in the right lane going up against Tony Gambardella, and the win going to Tony Gambardella in the left lane, 6.117 at 104.16 miles per hour. Marcus Cruz in the left lane. Marcus puts down the time of 7.026 at 95.69 miles per hour. And we're going to move into the Super Pro bikes. And then we'll also have the FB Trailers Super Pro coming up. If you're part of the FB Trailers Super Pro class, you should be in lanes 1 and 2 as you're coming up. Going to the right-hand lane, Jeff Tisdale. In the right lane from Reddick, Florida, will have the win. A 5.546 for Jeff Tisdale at 118.62 miles per hour. Eliminates Joe Clemmy. Seti Rodriguez Jr. in the right lane going up against Vance Hamichel, and Vance going to get the win at 7.618 at 91.41 miles per hour. Attention in the pits now calling the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Final. Junior Street Final to lanes 1 and 2. Again, the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Final to lanes 1 and 2. We'll also be looking for Pro Bike in lane 7. First call for Pro Bike in lane 7 for 5th round eliminations. Bradley Motter in the right lane going up against Nick Brown from Orange Park, Florida. Bradley Motter from Elham, Florida. 5.96 dial on the Nick Brown machine, and a 4.37 for Bradley Motter. Win's going to go to Bradley Motter in the right-hand lane. And Motter, a 4.377 pass at 155.92 miles per hour as Bradley Motter moves into round number 6. Yeah, looking for the Junior Street Final, the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Final, and the Pro Bikes to lane 7 for 5th round eliminations. And calling Junior Street Final to lanes 1 and 2, Pro Bike to lane 7, and calling the Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class to lane 5 and 6. Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class to lane 5 and 6 for 5th round and eliminations. Then we need the Junior Street Final, Pro Bike to lane 7, and Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman to lane 5 and 6 for 5th round eliminations. Paul Allen in the right lane from Middleburg, Florida, going up against Mark Horton in the dragster. Mark Horton a 4.74 dial to Paul Allen 6.60, and off goes Paul Allen trying to get to round number 6. And Mark Horton will get the victory of 4.74. That's 4.730 from Mark Horton at 145.36 miles per hour, and eliminates Paul Allen. Good day, though, for Paul Allen. It's going to end there as Mark Horton goes on to the next round. And we're calling over the Junior Street, which is coming up next. The Pro Bike in lane 7 for your next round of eliminations, and the Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. We can get a good hit. Derek Vasquez in the right lane on Gainesville, Florida. Derek Vasquez going to the next round and eliminates Pablo Gonzalez with 5.220 and 126.60 miles per hour for Derek Vasquez. Robert Carlson, a 5.642 at 93.44 miles per hour for Robert Carlson. Looking for the pro bike class in lane 7. You're coming up pro bikes in lane 7. We're also looking for the Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class in lanes 5 and 6. Once again, Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman class come to the stage lanes in lanes 5 and 6. Also looking for another pro bike. If I'll get over to lane 7 for your semifinal. And we go into the right-hand lane, a 5.983 pass at 112.35 miles per hour. And this is going to be our junior pro, our junior street final. Lincoln McMaster in the left lane against Aaron Kennedy. Here's the final. Lincoln off to a good start. So Aaron Kennedy. Who's going to win it? And the win going to Lincoln McMaster in the left lane. Lincoln wins with a 10.342 at 63.15 miles per hour as Lincoln McMaster wins our junior street class today. The Allen's Speed and Machine junior street class goes to Lincoln McMaster. So coming up next is going to be our pro bike class. The pro bikes in lane 7. Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman in lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters over to the stage lanes for your next round of eliminations. Once again, calling the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters over to the stage lanes for next round of eliminations. Time for the semifinals of the pro bike class. First two semifinals. Richard Holder in the right-hand lane out of Jacksonville, Florida, going up against John Upgrove from Keystone Heights, Florida. This to get into the final of the pro bike class. Double 07, John Upgrove. And the win going to John. John going to the final. John with a 8.762 at 135.6 miles per hour. Yes, John Upgrove to the final. The pro bike class eliminates Richard Holder. Demo bars come to the stage lanes. You're the bye for the Sportsman. Jen, come to the stage lanes for your buys. The Cadillac Lakeland Sportsman. Coming up in lanes 5 and 6, also calling the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters back to the stage lanes for your next round eliminations. We go to Joe Clemmy. Joe Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa, going to be in the pro bike final. Joe Clemmy with a 9.284 at 129.11 miles per hour will race in the final. Calling the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters over for the next round eliminations. On the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. Second call for FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. We go to Chuck Wooten in the right-hand lane. Chuck with an 11.943 at 111.22 miles per hour. Scotty Leone in the left-hand lane down at 11.15. Eric Benitez in the right lane out of Orlando, Florida is down to 12.69, and they're off and running. And we go to Scott in the left-hand lane on 11.204 pass at 98.30 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. Yeah, if you are part of the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters, you should be in the stage lanes at this current time for your next round of eliminations. Jen Roberts running a 12.18 at 109.34 miles per hour, and that'll bring up our FB Trailer Junior Dragster class. And we'll start off first with the 6 to 9 year old final, which will be coming up your way. We can go into Brindley Holloway in the left-hand lane. And it's a 12.329 pass at 51.03 miles per hour.
In the left lane, we have Blake Jones. Right lane is Jason Motter. Pro ET to the lanes, please. Oh, and the wing goes to Blake Jones from Orange Park, Florida. 89 reaction time on a 902 dial, but Jason Motter went 74 red. Pro cars to the lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4, pro cars. Super Pro Bike Finals, please come on up. Same with Pro Bike Finals. Come on up. like somebody down there in the left lane's doing the stanky leg. Somebody got stuck. All right, we're in the older age group now. Lincoln McMaster is in the left lane, and Xander Cook is in the right lane. Starting line advantage goes to the left lane. Let's see if he'll pull it off. No, it goes to Xander Cook. Double breakout. We have Molly Banger in the left lane, down to 8 flat. Hollywood Bobby Starr in the right lane, down to 790. Starting line advantage goes to the left lane. And the win goes to the right lane. Breakout for Molly Banger. She ran a 797 on an 8 flat. And Bobby Starr run a 797 on a 790. Okay, Pro Cars, you should be in lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Bike, I need you into lane 7, please. Super Pro, when you're ready, come on down to lanes 1 and 2.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Bike car number 135. Pro Bike 135. I need you now, please. Pro Bike number 135. Need you now, please. Folks, here's your final round in. So Super Pro Bike 135. It's close enough. Yeah. Super Pro Bike 135. I need you now for your final. I have your dance partner. I need the other one. So your final round on the Pro Bike side of things here. This is non-electronics. We're going to run the full quarter-mile distance. Champ will be crowned right here. John Up the Grove, left-hand side. Joe Clemmy, right-hand side. Clemmy, originally out of Iowa on the right side. The strange side down 923. He gets a chance to go first over the 864. We got green lights, and one of them was a little bit more attentive than the other. Clemmy on front, Upgrove tries to chase him down. Wind light shines for Up the Grove. Joe had him by 700ths on the tree, and it took about, well, we'll say 3.5 bike lengths to break out, going 918 on the 923. Needed to take 142 or less. John Upgrove gets the win, 871 on the 864, and he is your Pro Bike champion. Now, into the Pro Car category, we'll keep the same idea, no electronics. Some people will foot brake, some people will use a trans brake and a two-step. Our first pair looks like Curtis Peak, left-hand side. The extended cab GMC Sonoma, down in 644. He gets the head start from the big tire third-gen Chevy Camaro on the right-hand side. I believe, yep, that is Mark Horton at the wheel. The former Super Pro champ dials in 621. Somebody's getting a trailer a little earlier than expected. 8 thou separated him. Advantage goes to Peak, but the wind light will shine for Horton as he parks it perfectly. Horton, 49, 10 on the dial with a 9, taking a foul. Peak, better by 8 thou, but goes one above, dropping him at the finish line, and it did not work out. Horton, 49, take 1, and that gets him a wind light. That'll bring up Tony Gambardella next. Right-hand side, the no-time run S10 pickup truck dialed in at 606. He'll give the head start to the beautiful third-gen Chevy Nova, left-hand side. Rich Comar out of Alfred, Florida, originally out of Division 3, now dialed in at 640 in the big tire Nova left side. So the Pro Track champ will give chase right side. Rich gets to go first left side. Gambardella in control here. Wind light shines for Tony. 20, get behind 4 to go 2 above the dial and locks out Rich, who is 46 on the tree, 1 under. Took 4th out, but had no room. Wind light shines for Gambardella, and the current defending Pro ET Track champ will come back for round number 5. That'll bring up Seth Bevins in the Vega Wagon next, right-hand side. The bad news travels fast, Vega Wagon. He's out of Georgia, dialed in at 6, it looks like 610. He'll give the head start to Greg Turner's Chevy Camaro on the left-hand side, the Bernie's side of the racetrack. Bart Pangilinan is doing the driving. He's dialed in at 652. Both of them miss the tree a little bit. Advantage goes to Bevins. Wind light. Give it to Bart. 68, take 22 to be 1 above the dial. And Bevins, right side, dropped him to the first cone and dropped him like a bad habit, and it did not work. Bart turns on the wind light. That'll bring up Andy Lindsay and Marcus Cruz next. Cruz left-hand side, the Mopar down in 703, 671 for the patriotic themed Mustang of Andy Lindsay. He'll give chase. Marcus Cruz goes first. And Andy will turn it 19 thou red. Cruz 36. And 13 thou under will turn on the wind light. Andy Lindsay probably wants that one back. 19 red, dead on the dial-in with a 5. And he had to stare at it after turning loose of the trans brake switch by 19 thousandths too soon. Marcus Cruz will come back. Looks like we have our Second bike final about ready to rock and roll. Super Pro, I need you back. Electronics class. Super Pro, need you back lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, need you back lanes 1 and 2 for the next round of competition. Drivers, if you turn on a wind light from this point on, cool them and fuel them and bring it back to the lanes as soon as possible, please. Drivers, if you turn on a wind light, cool them and fuel them and bring it back as soon as possible, as we will be down to junior dragsters, sportsman, pro, and super pro. All right, your Super Pro bike final. Vance, Honeyshaw, and Jeff Tisdale. Tisdale, right-hand side, 553. The dial in on the strange side, 761. For the street bike, Vance gets to go first. Right side, got to sit there and be patient. Jeff, let's go of the clutch, and we'll give Chase holding a 1/10 of a second in reaction time advantage. Win light Tisdale. 18, take 41 to be 6 above the dial. Vance dead on the 761 prediction, but left a little bit late. And Jeff made him pay for it. So, Jeff, you're a winner in the Super Pro bike category here at Gainesville Raceway. Congratulations to both of them for making the final. Now, once again, we'll take my Super Pro class back to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro back to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman class, as soon as you cool them and fuel them, I'll take you back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, as soon as you cool them and fuel them, I'll take you back to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman, take you back to lanes 5 and 6, please.
Again, I want to apologize that we only have one camera on the track instead of 2. A lot of that was due to the weather earlier today. Kept on knocking our camera down and causing issues. So hopefully tomorrow the weather will be a whole lot better. And so we can show both sides of the track. Thank you for being patient. All right, we're going to take a little break as we wait for the cars to return to the staging lanes.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition and a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Gaspar Ping Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar, paint and body.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
The number one source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
All right, we're in the process of getting cars and paired up down there in the staging lanes. As we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, I like to say, and the elimination runs to who's going to be running into our finals. So just bear with us, and we'll be back to racing action soon.
right, here we go, folks, into the box side of things. We'll start with a little two-wheel on-door car action. Troy Volker, who came here with both the bike and the door car, said the bike was just testing. Well, testing's going pretty good so far. Down in at a 576, it looks like, and he is lined up with Brendan George. Big, juicy left-hand side in the Mustang. Down in at 606 gets the head start over Troy by 0.3 of a second. Both of them in and ready. We got green lights on both sides with 4. Thou separating them. Advantage goes to Troy. Win light comes on for Big Juicy. 605 with a 9-1. Thou under. Troy breaks out by 14 thousandths more, and that's your margin of victory. Brendan behind on the tree a little bit, but dropped it at just the right time, and Troy took a little too much. Brendan will turn on the win light, and he'll come back for the ladder round. That'll bring up an all four-wheel battle on both sides. Door car on one side, dragster on the other. The third-gen Camaro on the left-hand side. The dragster on the right-hand side in our next matchup. Bart Treadwell, left-hand side. Bradley Motter, right-hand side. Motter's out of Callahan. 437 on the digger. 608 on the door car. 23,000 separates them, and one of them is 23. Left side, 3-pack total. 000, dead on 3. Treadwell takes that win marker. Bradley should have pulled over and stopped wasting fuel. 23 dead, 225 total brings you up 22,000 short. Bart Treadwell, 3-pack, moves to the next round. Motter lays down a very respectable 437 on a 437 at 156 miles an hour, and Treadwell says, sorry, I got this one locked down. A pair of dragsters will be our third matchup here. It says Derek Vasquez. Advantage goes to Vasquez. Win light Vasquez. 524 on the 522. I don't think that's Derek, though. Yeah, I don't think that's Derek. Mark Horton late, dead on 7, and rings him up 43,000 short. Seth Bevins doing the double duty here between Seth and Kenny. Brings around the bad news, travels fast, Vega wagon. Left-hand side of the racetrack, he will match up against the third-hand Chevy Nova on the right-hand side of the racetrack. In our final pair, should have been 9 cars this round, but one of them is a no-show, so we are going to go on the ladder next round with 4. So Bevan's left-hand side. Right-hand side is Chris Duffin. Guy has had a lot of success in the 650 index racing category, also doing pretty good here in Gainesville the last couple times. 645 to dial in on the Nova, 601 on the Vega wagon. Bevins in complete control on this one. Win, light, shines for Seth. 605 on the 601 Duffin. One above his dial in, but a reaction time starting with a 1 is not going to get you a win light here. Junior dragsters, and each for the next round, please. Juniors, each of the next round, please. That'll bring up Mark Van Gillen left-hand side. Better reaction time going to the S10 on the right-hand side. Win, light, shines for Bart on a double breakout. Jan, 015, take way too much. 122 to go under by 5. Needed to take 72 or less. Bart gets out of the jam by going under by 5 thousandths of a second. And he will take the Corvette to the final. Now the question is, who will he face? He will face one half of the On the Spot Motorsports media team in the Chevy Nova on the straight side, dialed in at 1193, it looks like. Left side of the Malibu dialed in at 1120. So Scott Leon going to give chase. Robert Simpson bumping it in deep, and he will take the Nova off the line first on the handicap difference. We keep it green on this one. Streetcar on the left, streetcar on the right, race car on the left. Wind light will shine for Robert Simpson. Had him on the tree by 700ths, and DeLeon tries to get around him. Breaks out by a tenth of a second, had no room. Simpson, one above the 1193 prediction. So stop me if you've heard this before. Robert Simpson and Bart Gillinan in the final round of Sportsman here at Gainesville Raceway. Once again, if you turned on a wind light last round, cool them and fuel them, bring them right back, please. Super Pro, you are now on the ladder. You were down to 9. One of them did not show up, so you will now be down to the semifinals. 4 cars left. Juniors, I need you, please. Juniors. Attention in the pits. We need junior dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. If you're still in, we need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. looks like we are missing one junior dragster. Juniors, thank you for coming up so quickly. Appreciate it. Pro ET, thank you also for getting up here so quickly. We appreciate it. We're missing one Pro ET car. And we are missing one junior. Super Pro, cool them and fuel them and bring them back as soon as you can. We know you just ran, but Super Pro, cool them and fuel them, bring them back as soon as you can. Sportsman, if you could please do the same, we'd appreciate it. We know that you just also ran, but as soon as you have them cooled and fueled, bring them back. We are now down to 4 classes remaining. We have the juniors, Super Pro, Pro ET, and Sportsman. Both our bikes finals have been decided. Junior Street has been decided. We are going to crown our second out of 3 junior dragster winners here. And we're down to a semi in the other. Pro ET is going to start the round off and get the semis down to a final pair. That'll be followed by Super Pro getting their final 4 down to a pair for the final round. All right, we got our semifinalists in Pro ET back. All 4 people are here. We're still missing one junior dragster, and I've got 1 out of 4 for Super Pro. Thank you. So Super Pro, once you have them cooled and fueled, bring them back. Bart, I know you are going to come back for the Sportsman final, so whenever you get a minute, no rush. And Robert Simpson, no doubt, will be waiting for you. All right, drivers, while we are getting everything assembled, turns out we have 2 junior finals. I apologize. I thought we had a junior final and a junior semi, but it turns out we will crown our second and our third junior dragster winner here. And then we will go into the no box side of things. I've got half of my box side, my Super Pro class. I need the others back, please. Drivers, listen up, please. When you are done with today, and we're getting close to that, closing that chapter, tomorrow we will do our normal Sunday Racers for Christ Chapel service. Will be held on the third floor of the tower. I'm not sure if Phil Green is leading it or if Santee is leading it. Monica, do you know who's leading RFC Chapel service? So Phyllis is leading it tomorrow. If you'd like to come get the good word from Phil, or he might throw a Hail Mary and see if you can share some stories if he's not completely prepped. But normally Phil brings a pretty good message. And then at 9 o'clock, we will call up anybody that has not made a time run, whether car or driver, meaning if you are a new driver but the car has gone down the racetrack today, that is not a new entry. If you are a car that has not gone down the racetrack but the driver has made a pass today, that also is not a new entry. It has to be both. So once again, all of you for braving the weather conditions that have been absolutely insane here today, with the weather going from the mid-70s down to the upper 50s and the amount of wind and everything. Thank all of you so much for bearing with us to get through here. So Kate Starr and Blake Jones will come up here in our first of two finals in junior dragsters. This is for the 10 to 12 age category, the 890 capped category. Blake Jones on the right, Caden Starr on the left in this final matchup. Caden Starr left-hand side coming out of Palm Coast, Florida, 893 to dial in on the Bernie side of the scoreboard. We'll look over to the right and see Blake Jones, the third-generation racer out of Orange Park, Florida, and Flying Brian's Trailer Sales. Blake already having a good start to his 2026 season, has already captured victories at South Georgia Motorsports Park in Orlando, now looking to do it here at Gainesville tonight with a 9:09 dial-in. So he gets to go first by 0.16 of a second, and then Stone Cold Caden Starr will give chase left side. Find a little bit of throttle adjustment work being done, getting the juniors into their proper spot. Again, Blake will have the chance to go first on the strange side. Caden Starr will give chase on the left lane. All right, all on the drivers at this point. Both of them roll up towards that pre-stage meet. And both of them are now there, about 6 inches away from the stage beam, and that's where everything will trigger and we'll get a race started. Starr is in. Jones taking his time and is now in. Caden Starr came to play. Wind light on this one will shine. Left side on the double breakout. Kate 006 and 5 thou under. The 893 prediction. Blake uncharacteristically late and under by 28 thousandths and had no chance. Kate Starr 006 on the tree, and that was what set the tone for that race. Congratulations to both of them for making it to the final, but Caden Starr, your winner in the 10 to 12 age group on Junior Dragsters here at Gainesville Raceway on Saturday. Now we will bring up the final pair of juniors. This will be in the advanced category, age 13 to 17. Once again, Super Pro. I'm still missing half of you. I've got 2. I need the other 2, please. Super Pro. Need you back for the semifinals, please. Super Pro. Need you back. Super Pro. Need you back. Pro ET. Pro ET. I need you, please. Pro ET. Pro ET. Need you to be ready. You are going to come out next. Pro ET, you will come out following this next pair of juniors. And this will secure the junior dragsters. The third and final winner. We talked about Stone Cold Kate Star, now Hollywood Bobby Star. Looking to make it a family affair on the right-hand side, and Sandier Cook will come up left-hand side. I believe it's either Kenny or Seb Bevins in the Vega Wagon. I need you back for Super Pro, please. Bevins, need you back for Super Pro, please. So one half of the Cook Twins operation on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Xander dialing in 799, almost heads up. With Bobby Star right-hand side. We just saw Kate 006 on the tree. Bobby trying to bookend it and make it a family affair in the winner's circle. 798, the dial-in on the Broncos. Florida Junior on the right side, the straight side. Just 100 separate the two of them on the dial-ins, meaning they have the chance to leave almost together. Both drivers getting up into that final staging position, and it looks like actually Cook is going to, there was a little bit of a misdial as we saw Cook with a 799. It's actually a 790, so Bobby Starr gets the chance to go first, and Cook will give chase. As Cook dials the minimum of the class, 790. That is the quickest you can dial here. They're both pre-staged right away and ready to go. Cook flickers on the stage beam, and actually looks like we have them switched between lanes as well. Cook is on the right, Star on the left. Are we going to go back-to-back for the Star family? We will. Star, better on the reaction time by 800ths, and that locked out Cook's chances. Star, 795 on the 795 above Cook. A little bit late and under by 12 thousandths of a second. It'll be an all-star winner's circle as Bobby Star and Caden Star will stage up their juniors as winners here in the 10 to 12 and 13 to 17 category here at Gainesville Raceway. Now, into our first of two pairs for Pro ET. This is the non-electronics category. You can foot brake it or use a trans brake and a two-step. And the first pair between a pair of former Gainesville track champions, and in the case of the right-hand side, the defending class champion. No time run, Tony Gambardella, right-hand side. The S10 truck out of Mims, Florida, 606. The prediction, he looks to his left and sees Bart Pangilinan. Man who was already in one fun round for Sportsman would like to make it a second here in Pro ET. The Greg Turner Camaro down in at 652. He gets the chance to go first by almost one light bulb on the Christmas tree, and Tony will give chase. Wheels up. Separate advantage goes to Bart. Win, light shines for Tony. Tony drives him to the first cone and drops him to go 606. Dead on the dial-in with a 6 on the end of it. Bart had the reaction time advantage. Took 18, breaks out by 5,000 to take 13 or less. Tony goes to the final in the wheel-standing pickup truck. Now the question is, who will face him? Either Marcus Cruz in the Mopar or Mark Horton in the Camaro. Horton right-hand side dials in 621, the number he just went dead on with a 9 with last round. He looks over and sees Marcus Cruz, the modern third-gen Hemi power-planted Dodge Dart left side. 701 is the dial-in. We got room for one of them to dance in the final. The question is, which one? Marcus gets a chance to go first left side. Marcus Marcus, 2 minutes better on the reaction time in the Dodge. Win light shines for Marcus. 27, 1 above the dial in. Mark Horton ran to the first cone and dropped them to go 624 on the 621. Win light shines for Marcus Cruz. So your final round will be Marcus Cruz against Tony Gambardella. That's your Pro ET final. We will see Bart come back around for the Sportsman final in just a minute. All right, we have all 4 of our Super Pro cars for the semifinal round. Again, this should be the quarterfinal round, which we were supposed to have 9 last round, but 1 did not show. So we skip around. We go right from the 8 finals down to the semis. Sportsman final, I will take you back to the lanes, please. Sportsman final. Art and Robert will take you back when you're ready, please. Once again, racers, while we are getting everything touched up here at the racetrack, getting ready for our final semifinal. After this Super Pro semi-runs, we will have 3 final rounds to go. Remember, tomorrow we will have chapel service upstairs, 3rd floor of the tower at 8 o'clock. Phil Green has confirmed he will lead the service, so make sure you set your alarm clocks. You do not want to miss it. He always gives a great service, talks about some good stuff. We will have him here. Once again, we will aim to be on the racetrack at 9 a.m. That includes new entries. If you are a driver that has not been down the racetrack, in a car that has not been down the racetrack, we will give you a time shot tomorrow before we go into eliminations. If you win your category today, you will have the round 1 wait and see buy run if you are entered tomorrow. So our first of 2 semifinals, and I found out, thank you to our on-site reporter, Slick Willie. This is Derek Vasquez, former 3-time Gainesville track champion. supposed to be testing something, and testing apparently is going good. He's here in the semifinals against Brendan George. Vasquez right inside the pipe rack. The dragster dialed in 522. 605 for the Mustang, known as Big Juicy Left Side. We are green, and Brendan is in trouble. Vasquez will let the win light. 002, 3 above the dial in, 35 total. Brendan misses it and puts it 3 thou under the 605 prediction for no win light. Brendan does not miss it very often, and Derek made him pay for it there. So the former 3-time world track champ will come back for the final. So we will have a dragster versus door car final. The question is, who will Derek face? It'll be decided here between Bart Treadwell, and it says Kenny Bevins. I'm not sure if Kenny or Seth is driving. Oh, this is Seth. Okay, because I saw Kenny's Vega earlier, so wasn't sure. So Seth driving the Vega wagon right side, 603 dial-in, 608 for Bart Treadwell. And Treadwell leaves 22 thousandths too soon and turns on the red light, then turns on Bevins' win light. And he will show that he's holding just a little bit. 599 with a 6 on the 603, and Treadwell has to stare at a 10 on the 608 with a 9, but he left too soon. So Bevins will face Vasquez in the final of Super Pro, the box side of things. Once again, my no box final. I need you back, please. No box final. Marcus Cruz and Tony Gambardella. As soon as you have cooled and fueled, I will take you back. Sportsman final, I'll take you back, please. Sportsman final, take you back, please. All right, our Sportsman final. I'm sure this is the first time this has ever happened between Robert and Bart. First time. Maybe first time this year. These two have run each other plenty, so this is just another page in a very big chapter of these two. Both of them have won track championships before, so we'll see who gets the nod in this matchup. Drivers, if you won your category, please make sure you come upstairs to the second floor of the tower. We do have winners' checks, and you can take photos down there in the winner's circle. You see us pull out the tractors and what have you. Appreciate it, Chad and crew. So we can take winner's circle photos. Looks like David's doing selfies down there.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000
street cars in the Sportsman category. Again, both of these drivers are former track champs. Bart is a current track champ in the Chevy Corvette left-hand side. Simpson wheeling the Chevy Nova. Simpson keeping the same dialing that he had from the semifinals, 1193 for the Jacksonville, Florida-based small block third-gen Nova on the right-hand side. He will give Jason the Bart's LT1 powered Corvette. He has a couple of these, one drop top, one coupe. This one has been the more successful of the two, and he has laid down some good numbers in this thing time after time. Won championships both here at Gainesville as well as in South Georgia. We are deep staged and ready. And we're going to keep it green on both sides. Slight advantage goes to Bart, and on the double breakout, Bart will get out of the jam. Simpson, 30, takes 7, and had no room to take on the double breakout. You cannot take if you do not have the reaction time advantage. You got to get behind by more, and Simpson, 30, takes 7, is no good. 1189, he's 35 thousandths under his 1193 prediction. Bart, 26, 1227 on the 1230. He's under by 24 thousandths. 11th thou, the margin of victory. And the former track champ here at Gainesville will come back and strengthen his chances right there with a little bit more points to go into Sunday's action. Again, a valiant effort. Just 4th thou separate him at the starting line. 7th thou separate him at the finish line on the double breakout. Bart gets the win light. Once again, Pro ET final, and each back, please. Looks like I got at least one. Yep, Tony Gambardella is back. Mr. Marcus Cruz, I'll take you when you get him in, please. And I will take our final in Super Pro. Final in Super Pro as soon as you have cooled and fueled. Each back to lanes 1 and 2, and that will cap our evening. We have 2 final rounds left to go. Pro ET and Super Pro in each back, please. Seth Evans, I need you to the lanes, please. Not panicking yet. Just need you back when you get a minute, please. Seth, need you for your final. So our final round in Pro ET, Tony Gambardella, and it looks like Marcus Cruz is there, yeah. Okay. So our final round in Pro ET is there and set. We're just waiting on our Super Pro. We're missing one. Marcus Cruz and Tony Gambardella. Here's your Pro ET final here at Gainesville on Saturday. Both of them down and ready to go. Burnout's underway. Marcus Cruz, a veteran here at Gainesville, has raced several vehicles, taken home many a win. This is his newest car, the Dodge Dart, left-hand side with the modern Chant 3 Hemi. Underneath the hood, 701 the dial-in. He'll get almost 1 full second head start. 2 light bulbs on the Christmas tree from the defending Pro ET champ, Tony Gambardella. No timer on Tony right side. The wheel standing S10 dials in 606 and will give chase. Marcus is in. Tony is in. Tony, 16, takes 38 to go 2 above the dial, and Marcus misses it and also puts it 2 above the dial. 42,000 separate him at the starting line, 38,000 separate him at the finish line, and Tony Gambardella gets the win light in the S10, and he will take the lion's share of the money and the big check. And more than likely have a beverage and contact his buddy Rob Reynolds and let him know, hey, my trip was worth it. Once again, drivers, if you turned on a win light, you are welcome. As a matter of fact, we welcome you to come to the winner's circle on the left side of the track by the tower. Please stage up and take some photos, but make sure you come to the second floor and grab your winner's checks. So our Super Pro final is there and ready to go. As we will have a dragster door car final. right, folks, your final. Hopefully that's enough finals. Door car versus dragster. Pipe rack versus passenger car. Seth Bevins opposite Derek Vasquez. Here in the final round, Derek Vasquez, a former 3-time track champion. Guy who's been out of the game for a little while, apparently coming out here to test a dragster. Once again, thanks, Slick Willie. Appreciate you giving me the details. And when I saw it come up, I'm like, Derek Vasquez, he hasn't raced for a few years. Well, obviously hasn't forgotten how to ride the bicycle. As he will stage in the final against a guy who has done a lot of damage both in a street car as well as a very storied Vega wagon. Seth Bevins, following the footsteps of his dad, Kenny, who also done a lot of work around the Florida and Georgia region. So Derek and the dragster. Seth driving the Vega wagon. Seth Bevins, left-hand side. The Bad News Travels Fast Vega wagon out of Georgia, $5.99 the dial, and he will get almost 3/4 of a second head start from Derek Vasquez. Wheel and the dragster on the right-hand side, $5.24 is the dial, and call it 1.5 light bulbs on the Christmas tree. Door car leads first, dragster gives chase. This is your final title match for Saturday here at Gainesville. Derek is in. Seth answers. Tree fires. We got green lights on both sides, and Seth makes an immediate detour for the wall, has to back out of it, and Derek Vasquez will pick up the win. 11 and 35 hundredths above the dial-in. Kenny, 19 and went for a ride. Well, nobody said that the final round wouldn't be entertaining, and Seth took care of that part. 8 thou separated them on the reaction time, and that is about where the explicatives started to come out on one side of the racetrack. So, Derek Vasquez, your winner. Seth Bevins, your runner-up. And, folks, that will officially cap off Saturday here at Gainesville Raceway. Once again, we will be back tomorrow to get things fired up at 9 o'clock. We will do church service. Phil Green will lead the church service on 3rd floor of the tower starting at 8 o'clock. So please make sure you do not miss that. Drivers, if you won your category, you will have the wait and see buy run for round number 1 tomorrow. We will do new entry time runs starting at 9, and then we will go into eliminations right after that. We hope that you will join us here tomorrow, Sunday morning, here at Gainesville Raceway. Thanks for coming out and playing with us tonight.
Well, we appreciate y'all watching the ET Bracket Series tonight here at Gainesville Raceway. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Hopefully, the weather will cooperate a whole lot better. We can actually have 2 cameras on the track. Just sorry for the inconvenience of having to take the other one down. But we just purchased that one, and we can't afford for it to get destroyed. But again, we'll be back at it. Should be going hot at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Take care until then.